onze tempelkamer. Dus 's morgens komen we hier tezamen om 4:30. Misschien wat vroeg voor de meeste mensen. Maar nu moet ik wel zeggen, persoonlijk, ik ga om 8 uur gaan slapen. En dan moet je ervoor opstaan. Dat is geen probleem. Ik heb ook al jaren geen tv meer hoor. Interesseert mij niet meer. Ik heb het s'avonds gekregen, dat weet ik niet plezier heeft. Het is vandaag wat extra versierd omdat het feestdag is. Dus je ziet wel even, die vorm van half leven, half mens, staat vandaag op de altaar. Die we vandaag vieren. En anders, elke dag is dat compleet anders. En dus 2 maal per dag krijgen ze een andere kledij aan. 's Morgens en 's avonds. En ze hebben nu meer dan 200 van die kostuums. Die decors achteraan die veranderen ook elke dag. En die bloemenslingers die worden elke dag gemaakt van verse bloemen. Dus geef je werk aan. Voor de diensten, enkele priesters mogen op het altaar, wat zijn ook vrouwen zoals we zeggen. Dus mannen en vrouwen zijn gelijkwaardig. Dus op het middenste altaar zit de Krishna. Ze fluit aan het spelen. En daarnaast staat Hare. Hare Krsna. Hare vrouwelijk. En dat is de liefdesenergie. Een pure liefdesvrouwelijk. God is mannelijk, maar samen vormen ze één geheel. Dus God is mannelijk en vrouwelijk. Die rechterbuiten dan, die staan al meer dan 5000 jaar in Zuid-Indië. Die originele. Dat zijn reuzenbuit genaamd worden. En 1 keer per jaar komt die naar buiten, ze worden die op grote karren geplaatst en door de stad getrokken door de toegewijden. En dat is de oudste en grootste processie ter wereld. Er zijn per half jaar toch 4 miljoen pelgrims aanwezig. Dat doen we hier ook, met een beetje minder volk natuurlijk. Maar op 4 juni gaan we ook naar Antwerpen. En dan hebben we een groot plaats voor ons, dans, zang, muziek. En iedereen krijgt ook een gratis vegetarische maaltijd. En gewoon door de stad, door Antwerpen, door de Meijer en zo, met een kaart dat we trekken met allen. En daar links, dat is terug Krishna met zijn broer. Want die is nog een keer teruggekeerd, geboren in Bengalen in 1486. En die heeft dan Hans in die boekruis te voet, al zingend en al dansen. En ons terug die mantra bezat, die was gewoon geraakt in de tijd. En dat is de mantra die wij dagelijks reciteren. En we hebben hier ons geheim wapen bij. Dat kan er wel in. Paternoster. Nu met dit bestanden, hier staan er wel 108 kralen. En op iedere kraal gaan we die mantra reciteren. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. 108 keer. En voor de mensen die hun beloftes afgelegd hebben, wij hebben beloofd op 16 van die rondjes te reciteren op de dag. Zo bij nog 2,5 uur. Wat vergeet niet, maar verandert er wel. Helemaal veranderd binnen 20 jaar geleden. Niet met dezelfde persoon. Dat is van echt een totaal probleem. Maar ik wil vandaag nog echt iets anders gekregen. Leerkrachten in onder. Dus morgens, als we hier komen, zijn ze nog in hun nachtkleding. 4:45 gordijnen dicht en dan hebben we weer de tijd om de mantra te zien. Dus morgens vroeg leerkrachten, hè. De paters ook in het klooster, staan hier door. Om 4:45 terug zingen en dansen. En in de tussentijd gaan we de priesters dan die de kledij veranderen. Dan krijg je ook nog een lezing uit die onder boeken tot 9 uur en dan krijg je goed nog wel. Dat is toch tijd om te gaan doen. Elke dag zondag en zeg elke dag feest voor buiten komen. Een reeks foto's. Die foto was onze stichter, want die heeft niets uitgevonden. Die had ook een geestelijke leraar. En zijn leraar had ook een leraar. En zo hadden we verder terug in de tijd totdat we terugkomen bij Christus. En mijn geestelijke leraar was een leraar van onze stichter. Maar zo had ik hem zelf ontdekt. Stel geworden. Ja. Maar niet van de En 600 per dag heb je helemaal vegetarisch natuurlijk, die eet geen vlees, geen vis, geen eieren. En dan de vegetarische maaltijd en dan zie is dat voedsel voor ons. Dus weet je, het moest gedaan of het is. Ja, we moeten middag gaan. Ja, dat kan. Dus als het een bal is, dan stuk ik. Aan de zijkant wel eens koeienvel. Nou, wij zijn vegetariër. Maar dan wordt gemaakt waar een vlieg naar geboren is. En iedereen is dan nog altijd vegetariër in Hans de regio. Als ze daar een koe staat op een natuurlijke manier mogen gaan. En de rest van het dier wordt verbrand. Dus gewoon weer gebruiken. Natuurlijk, als onze koeien staan, moeten ze naar tuinbeleid. Dat is natuurlijk wel vastgelegd. Dat is op de maat aan te geven. Is de gewoonte. Dan kan je zelf het zingen. Dat is de tekst, dat is niet moeilijk is. Hè? Nu, ik kan niet zingen. Dus jullie gaan geen excuus om niet mee. Meditatie voor de gemoedelijk, voor zonsopgang. Zonsopgang is het ideale de energie in onze wereld hier is helemaal anders. Ja, we gaan zelf naar Brussel laten voeren. Met de van Koepelaar naar Brussel. Is er nog een video op staan?
Ik
traditie, pas op, de essentie van elke traditie zou moeten hetzelfde zijn, of is het meest hetzelfde. Liefde. Liefde voor God, maar liefde voor God. Eerst je medemensen relatie, eerst je medemensen respecteren. En dat is het begin van alles. Als je dat niet kunt, dan kun je geen spirituele verheffing maken. Maar wij gaan natuurlijk ook die dieren en die planten gaan respecteren. Het zijn ook zielen, zoals wij. Dus we zijn vegetariër. En ik moet wel zeggen, als de vegetariër wordt, pas na een tijd kun je dat beseffen wat dat betekent. Want je verandert helemaal. Enkel van je vlees met die bewustzijn op een ander niveau te liggen. Op een hoger niveau te liggen. Dus echt een spirituele vooruitgang kun je niet echt maken als je nou wat meer zit. En alcohol drinkt. Kun je heel spirituele vooruitgang maken. Dan hang je vast. Als je bewustzijn niet bedekt, een beetje laag natuurlijk, maar niet echt. Op het niveau dat we willen voelen. Dat zijn de eerste vereisten om ons spirituele vooruitgang te maken als vegetariër. En ik ben vegetariër geworden en mijn dochter was 11 jaar oud. En ik kwam thuis van school en ze zei, papa dat is gedaan. Eet geen vlees meer. En dat stond daar natuurlijk. Ja, ook.
Dat is met mijn vader ook zo gebeurd. Zij is
Ja, ik was niet vegetariër en moest onze papa ook vegetariër worden.
Ja, voilà. En ik ben dan ook vegetariër geworden.
Dat is het mooi.
En zo is het. En na een paar jaar, morgen pas maar besef van, oké, ik ben hier helemaal anders, maar in de Nederland ben ik hier helemaal anders dan Nederlanders, want ik zei was spiritualiteit, maar en toen stopte met die zin. En dat voelde al.
Ja.
Wat ik had hier iemand gehad, op een rondleiding, dus nog een tijd geleden hoor. En die mensen zijn op de rondleiding, kort vegetariër.
Ja.
En dat is mooi. En na een jaar of 4 zag ik hem terug. Hij kwam naar me en zegt, dat ik gelukt, hij zegt, en dat was prachtig, hè. Maar ik had geen probleem. Hij deed zaken. Ik had geen probleem, zeg. Ik ben veel te zachtaardig geworden. En ik kon niet meer genoeg verdienen. En ik ben terug bij dat vlees, veel meer agressief, veel meer assertief. Veel meer assertief. En dat komt gewoon van dat vlees.
Er is geen voedingselen.
Absoluut niet. Als je naar de dokter gaat tegenwoordig, en het zijn jongere dokters, die zijn meer en meer overtuigd dat het veel, veel gezonder is, vegetarisch zijn. Die oudere generatie natuurlijk moet er eerst uit. Dat is maar bij ons zo, dat is maar bij ons zo.
Ja.
Maar die jongere generatie is er al gewoon maar 100% van overtuigd. Er komt niks tekort, absoluut niet. Natuurlijk niet.
En ik ook.
Ja, hij komt niet samen in de warmte.
Dat is ook nog. Ja, en als wij zeggen, als je geen vlees eet, heb je ijzertekort. En dat is goed dat moet. Maar jullie was wel anders op verschil.
Anders leren eten, hè. Niet meer aardappelen, een soort groentjes en een stuk vlees en dat vlees weglaten en verder eten zoals gewoonte, dat gaat niet. Je moet een combinatie maken, maar dan alles moet groenten, linzen, bomen, noem maar op. Wij eten in totaal veel dal, als zijn mensen met dingen. En er zijn soorten tussen dat we zeggen, elke dag mag eten. Ongelooflijk. Dat is goed voor de atleten of zo, maar niet voor ons. We gaan de schoenen terug halen.
Als ze er nog staan.
Dat zou fijn zijn, ja.
De eerste kinderen zijn losse maar daarop zijn. De raad is weer af. Dat was een andere kant.
Dat moet ook wel niet.
Dat staat bij alles te zijn.
Ja, completely. Het first of all, Aujourd'hui, alors ici on fait ensemble le matin et le soir pour chanter, pour prier. Et de temps en temps, il y a aussi des cérémonies de mariage, des cérémonies privées. Alors sur l'autel, on voit 3 formes de Krishna. Au milieu, c'est sa forme originale. Et à côté de Krishna, il y a Radharani, c'est sa compagne. Radharani, elle s'appelle aussi Hare, comme le premier mot dans la Hare Krsna moderne. Et à gauche, ça c'est Krishna Chaitanya et Nityananda. Eux, ils étaient en Inde il y a 500 ans. Ils sont venus surtout pour chanter le Hare Krishna mantra. Et nous aussi, de temps en temps, on va chanter à Liège, Marie, et tout ça. Et en été, on fait des fois des défilés avec des grands chars. Ici en Belgique, c'est à Anvers, mais c'est aussi à Paris, à Londres et à Amsterdam. Et on met les 3 statues ici à droite, sur 1, 2, 3 chars. Alors, le statue noire, c'est Krishna, le blanc, c'est son frère Balaram, et la jaune, c'est la sœur de Krishna. Nous aurons un petit sac, et dans le sac, on a le chapeau. Ça, c'est 100 perles en bois. Et on chante le mantra de Krishna chaque perle de fois. Pour les membres qui ont accepté un maître spirituel, ils font ça 2 heures par jour. Les autres, ils font ça. Pendant que nous on fait fait la prière, c'est entre 5 et 15 et 7 heures. Il y a 5 prêtres, ça peut être aussi des femmes, qui vont sur l'autel, ils ferment les rideaux et après ils vont changer tous les vêtements. Alors chaque matin et chaque soir, c'est un autre cours. Et le matin, on fait aussi des guirlandes. Et 6 fois par jour, on offre 4 grandes assiettes avec des préparations végétariennes. Et après, la nourriture est distribuée pour les enfants. Pendant qu'on chante, on a aussi des instruments de musique, ça c'est les claviers. Ça c'est l'harmonie, c'est comme un petit orgue. Alors je vais chanter une fois Hare Krsna et si vous voulez la deuxième fois, vous pouvez chanter ensemble. You speak English? Yeah. Nederlands français. Ga ik het Hare Krsna doen en als u mag lezen. Si vous voulez, vous pouvez faire des photos de l'hôtel ou du fondateur. Chaque matin, il y a aussi une conférence entre 8 et 9. Et à la fin, on peut aussi poser des questions. Et avant la conférence, on fait aussi une cérémonie pour le fondateur et on lui donne un bilan. Et là, vous voyez une caméra, alors les programmes sont enregistrés et après diffusés.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Vashadhan Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasa Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Everyone together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Rama Rama Hare Hare. One more time. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Rama, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everyone. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jayana Sringare, Jayana Sringare, Jayana Sringare. Jayana Sringare, Jayana Sringare, Jayana Sringare, Jayana Sringare, Jayana Sringare, Jayana Simhare, 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 Jayana Simhare. Jayana Simhare, Jayana Simhare, Jayana Simhare, Jayana Simhare, Simhare, Jayana Simhare, Jayana Simhare, Jayana Simhare, Simhare, Jayana Simhare. Jaya Nara Hari, Jaya Nara Hari, Jaya Nara Hari, Jaya Nara Hari. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai.
Everybody does his portion. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram. Hare Krishna. Are you ready for the next yajna? Srimad Bhagavatam yajna. Bhagavati, you want to come in, Bhagavati?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, start with Krishna. Hare Krishna. So we will read Srimad Bhagavatam. I don't know where we will end up, but there are 10 chapters in the 7th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam, which are fully dedicated to the glories of Prahlad Maharaj and Lord Nrsimhadev. In total there are 15 chapters in the 7th canto, so 10 out of the 15 are dedicated to Nrsimhadev and Prahlad Maharaj. In the 10th canto there are 5 chapters that are related to the Rasa dance, but there are 10 chapters dedicated to Prahlad Maharaj. So this indicates the importance of Prahlad Maharaj. Some devotees, they whisper that Srila Prabhupada was so close to Prahlad Maharaj that they might be very closely connected with each other. I think there is no personality in the Bhagavatam that has been quoted so often and discussed so often by Srila Prabhupada as Prahlad Maharaj. Can you think of anyone who is referred to as much as Prahlad Maharaj?
Sukadeva Goswami.
Sukadeva Goswami? Could be, but Sukadeva Goswami is speaking the 12 cantos, so that's quite obvious. But besides Sukadeva Goswami, I think Prahlad Maharaj is the one who was quoted the most by Srila Prabhupada. So we will do the yajna. Those who have Srimad Bhagavatam or on their smartphone, it's good to follow because it's not so easy to listen to the translations of the Bhagavatam just like that. But if you can, especially the second generation, they must have very sharp minds. No? Very eager to... thank you for coming, by the way. So we will take some turns. Maybe Gopinath can be the next one, but we can take turns reading. But we should first chant Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. So we start chapter 1, which is entitled The Supreme Lord is Equal to Everyone. King Parikshit inquired, My dear Brahmana, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Vishnu, being everyone's well-wisher, is equal and extremely dear to everyone. How then did he become partial, like a common man, for the sake of Indra, and thus kill Indra's enemies? How can a person equal to everyone be partial to some and even inimical toward others? Lord Vishnu himself, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the reservoir of all pleasure. Therefore, what benefit would he derive from siding with the demigods? What interest would he fulfill in this way? Since the Lord is transcendental, why should he fear the Asuras, and how could he be envious of them? O greatly fortunate and learned Brahmana, whether Narayan is partial or impartial has become a subject of great doubts. Kindly dispel my doubts with positive evidence that Narayan is always neutral and equal to everyone. The great sage Sukadeva Goswami said, "My dear king, you have put before me an excellent question. Discourses concerning the activities of the Lord, in which the glories of his devotees are also found, are extremely pleasing to devotees. Such wonderful topics always counteract the miseries of the materialistic way of life. Therefore, great sages like Narada always speak upon Srimad Bhagavatam, because it gives one the facility to hear and chant about the wonderful activities of the Lord. Let me offer my respectful obeisance to Srila Vyasadeva, and then begin describing topics concerning the activities of Lord Hari. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, Vishnu, is always transcendental to material qualities, and therefore he is called Nirguna, or without qualities. Because he is unborn, he does not have a material body to be subjected to attachment and hatred. Although the Lord is always above material existence, through his spiritual potency he appeared and acted like an ordinary human being, accepting duties and obligations, apparently like a conditioned soul. My dear King Parikshit, the material qualities, Sattva Guna, Rajaguna and Tamoguna, all belong to the material world and do not even touch the Supreme Personality of Godhead. These three gunas cannot act by increasing or decreasing simultaneously. When the quality of goodness is prominent, the sages and demigods flourish with the help of that quality, with which they are infused and surcharged by the Supreme Lord. Similarly, when the mode of passion is prominent, the demons flourish, and when ignorance is prominent, the yakshas and rakshasas flourish. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is present in everyone's heart, fostering the reactions of Sattva Guna, Rajaguna and Tamoguna. The all-pervading Personality of Godhead exists within the heart of every living being, and an expert thinker can perceive how he is present there to a large or small extent. Just as one can understand the supply of fire in wood, the water in a water pot, or the sky within a pot, one can understand whether a living entity is a demon or a demigod by understanding that living entity's devotional performances. A thoughtful man can understand how much a person is favored by the Supreme Lord by seeing his actions. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead creates different types of bodies, offering a particular body to each living entity according to his character and fruitive actions, the Lord revives all the qualities of material nature, Sattva Guna, Rajaguna and Tamoguna. Then, as the Supersoul, he enters each body and influences the qualities of creation, maintenance and annihilation, using Sattva Guna for maintenance, Rajaguna for creation, and Tamoguna for annihilation. O great King, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the controller of the material and spiritual energies, who is certainly the creator of the entire cosmos, creates the time factor to allow the material energy and the living entity to act within the limits of time. Thus, the Supreme Personality is never under the time factor, nor under the material energy. O King, this time factor enhances the Sattva Guna. Thus, although the Supreme Lord is the controller, he favors the demigods, who are mostly situated in Sattva Guna. Then the demons, who are influenced by Tamoguna, are annihilated. The Supreme Lord induces the time factor to act in different ways, but he is never partial. Rather, his activities are glorious, and therefore he is called Urushrava. Formerly, O King, when Maharaj Yudhishthira was performing the Rajasuya sacrifice, the great sage Narada, responding to his inquiry, recited historical facts showing how the Supreme Personality of Godhead is always impartial, even when killing demons. In this regard, he gave a vivid example. O King, at the Rajasuya sacrifice, Maharaj Yudhishthira, the son of Maharaj Pandu, personally saw Shishupala merge into the body of the Supreme Lord Krishna. Therefore, struck with wonder, he inquired about the reason for this from the great sage Narada, who was seated there. While he inquired, all the sages present also heard him ask his question. Maharaj Yudhishthira inquired, "It is very wonderful that the demon Shishupala merged into the body of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even though extremely envious. This Sayujya Mukti is impossible to attain, even for great transcendentalists. How then did the enemy of the Lord attain it?" O great sage, we are all eager to know the cause for this mercy of the Lord. I have heard that formerly a king named Vena blasphemed the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and that all the Brahmanas consequently obliged him to go to hell. Shishupal should also have been sent to hell. How then did he merge into the Lord's existence? From the very beginning of his childhood, when he could not even speak properly, Shishupal, the most simple son of Damagosha, began blaspheming the Lord, and he continued to be envious of Sri Krishna until death. Similarly, his brother Dantavakra continued the same habits. Although these two men, Shishupal and Dantavakra, repeatedly blasphemed the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Lord Vishnu, Krishna, the Supreme Brahman, they were quite healthy. Indeed, their tongues were not attacked by white leprosy, nor did they enter the darkest region of hellish life. We are certainly most surprised by this. How was it possible for Shishupal and Dantavakra, in the presence of many exalted persons, to enter very easily into the body of Krishna, whose nature is difficult to attain? This matter is undoubtedly very wonderful. Indeed, my intelligence has become disturbed, just as the flame of a candle is disturbed by blowing wind. O Narada Muni, you know everything. Kindly let me know the cause of this wonderful event. Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, text 22, in the first chapter, Sri Sukadeva Goswami said, after hearing the request of Maharaj Yudhishthira, Narada Muni, the most powerful spiritual master, who knew everything, was very pleased. Thus he replied in the presence of everyone, taking part in the yajna. The great sage Naradaji said, O king, blasphemy and praise, chastisement and respect are expressed because of ignorance. The body of the conditioned soul is planned by the Lord for suffering in the material world through the agency of the external energy. My dear King, the conditioned soul, being in the bodily conception of life, considers his body to be his self and considers everything in relationship with the body to be his. Because he has this wrong conception of life, he is subjected to dualities like praise and chastisement. Because of the bodily conception of life, the conditioned soul thinks that when the body is annihilated, the living being is annihilated. Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the supreme controller, the super soul of all living entities. Because he has no material body, he has no false conception of I and mine. It is therefore incorrect to think that he feels pleasure or pain when blasphemed or offered prayers. This is impossible for him. Thus, he has no enemy and no friend. When he chastises the demons, it's for their good. And when he accepts the prayers of the devotees, it's for their good. He is affected neither by prayers nor by blasphemy. Therefore, by enmity or by devotional service, by fear, by affection, or by lusty desire, by all of these or any one of them, if a conditioned soul somehow or other concentrates his mind on the Lord, the result is the same. For the Lord, because of his blissful position, is never affected by enmity or friendship. We offer prayers and you think, oh, now Krishna is pleased. Shishupala was blaspheming the Lord. Krishna was still very pleased. He is equal, according to Narada Muni. Narada Muni continued, by devotional service one cannot achieve such intense absorption in thought of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as one can through enmity toward him. That is my opinion. A grass worm confined in a hole of a wall by a bee always thinks of the bee in fear and enmity and later becomes a bee, simply because of such remembrance. Similarly, if the conditioned souls somehow or other think of Krishna, who is Satchitananda Vigraha, they will become free from their sins. Whether thinking of him as their worshipable Lord or an enemy, because of constantly thinking of him, they will regain their spiritual bodies. Many persons have attained liberation simply by thinking of Krishna with great attention and giving up sinful activities. This great attention may be due to lusty desires, inimical feelings, fear, affection, or devotional service. I shall now explain how one receives Krishna's mercy simply by concentrating one's mind upon him. My dear King Yudhishthira, the gopis by their lusty desires, Kamsa by his fear, Shishupal and other kings by envy, the Yadus by their familial relationship with Krishna, you Pandavas by your great affection for Krishna, and we, the general devotees, by our devotional service, have obtained the mercy of Krishna. Somehow or other, one must consider the form of Krishna very seriously. Then, by one of the 5 different processes mentioned above, one can return home back to Godhead. Atheists like King Vina, however, being unable to think of Krishna's form in any of these 5 ways, cannot attain salvation. Therefore, one must somehow think of Krishna, whether in a friendly way or inimically. Narada Muni continued, O best of the Pandavas, your 2 cousins, Shishupala and Dantavakra, the sons of your maternal aunt, were formerly associates of Lord Vishnu. But because they were cursed by Brahmanas, they fell from Vaikuntha to this material world. Who were these 4 Brahmanas? 4 Kumaras. Maharaj Yudhishthira inquired, what kind of great curse could affect even liberated Vishnu Bhaktas? And what sort of a person could curse even the Lord's associates? For unflinching devotees of the Lord to fall again into this material world is impossible. I cannot believe this. Do you believe it? The bodies of the inhabitants of Vaikuntha are completely spiritual, having nothing to do with the material body, senses or life air. Therefore, kindly explain how associates of the personality of Godhead were cursed to descend in material bodies like ordinary persons. The great Saint Narada said, once upon a time, when the 4 sons of Lord Brahma, named Sanak, Sanandan, Sanatan, and Sanat Kumar, were wandering throughout the 3 worlds, they came by chance to Vishnu Loka. Although these 4 great sages were older than Brahma's other sons, like Marichi, they appeared like small, naked children, only 5 or 6 years old. When Jai and Vijay saw them trying to enter Vaikuntha Loka, these 2 gatekeepers, thinking them ordinary children, forbade them to enter. Thus checked by the doorkeepers Jai and Vijay, Sanandan and the other great sages very angrily cursed them. You 2 foolish doorkeepers, they said. Being agitated by the material qualities of passion and ignorance, you are unfit to live at the shelter of Madhudvisa's lotus feet, which are free from such modes. It would be better for you to go immediately to the material world and take your birth in a family of most sinful asuras. While Jai and Vijay, thus cursed by the sages, were falling to the material world, they were addressed as follows by the same sages, who were very kind to them. O doorkeepers, after 3 births, you will be able to return to your positions in Vaikuntha, for then the duration of the curse will have ended. These 2 associates of the Lord, Jai and Vijay, later descended to the material world, taking birth as the 2 sons of Diti, Hiranyakasipu being the elder and Hiranyaksha the younger. They were very much respected by the Daityas and Danavas, the demoniac species. Appearing as Nrsingadev, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Sri Hari, killed Hiranyakasipu. When the Lord delivered the planet Earth, which had fallen in the Garbhodaka ocean, Hiranyaksha tried to hinder him, and then the Lord, as Varaha, killed Hiranyaksha. Desiring to kill his son Prahlad, who was a great devotee of Lord Vishnu, Hiranyakasipu tortured him in many ways. The Lord, the super soul of all living entities, is sober, peaceful, and equal to everyone. Since the great devotee Prahlad was protected by the Lord's potency, Hiranyakasipu was unable to kill him, in spite of endeavoring to do so in various ways. Thereafter, the same Jai and Vijay, the 2 doorkeepers of Lord Vishnu, took birth as Ravana and Kumbhakarna, begotten by Vishrava in the womb of Keshini. They were extremely troublesome to all the people of the universe. Narada Muni continued, my dear king, just to relieve Jai and Vijay of the Brahmana's curse, Lord Ramachandra appeared in order to kill Ravana and Kumbhakarna. It will be better for you to hear narrations about Lord Ramachandra's activities from Markandeya. In their 3rd birth, the same Jai and Vijay appeared in a family of Kshatriyas as your cousins, the sons of your aunt. Because Lord Krishna has struck them with his disc, all their sinful reactions have been destroyed, and now they are free from the curse. These two associates of Lord Vishnu, Jai and Vijay, maintained a feeling of enmity for a very long time. Because of always thinking of Krishna in this way, they regained the shelter of the Lord, having returned home back to Godhead. Maharaj Yudhishthira inquired, "O my Lord, Narada Muni, why was there such enmity between Hiranyakasipu and his beloved son, Prahlad Maharaj? How did Prahlad Maharaj become such a great devotee of Lord Krishna? Kindly explain this to me." Anyone like to read chapter 2?
So Sri Narada Muni said, "My dear King Yudhishthira, when Lord Vishnu, in the form of Varaha, the boar, killed Hiranyaksha's brother, Hiranyakashipu was extremely angry and began to lament. Filled with rage and biting his lips, Hiranyakashipu gazed at the sky with eyes that blazed in anger, making the whole sky smoky. Thus he began to speak. Exhibiting his terrible teeth, fierce glance, and frowning eyebrows, terrible to see, he took up his weapon, trident, and thus began speaking to his associates, the assembled demons. O Danavas and Daityas, O Drimurdas, Shriyakshas, Sambara and Satabahu, O Hayagriva, Namuchi, Paka, Gilbala, O Viprachiti, Uloma, Sukama, Shakuni, and other demons, all of you kindly hear me attentively, and then act according to my words without delay. My insignificant enemies, the demigods, have combined to kill my very dear and obedient well-wisher, my brother Hiranyaksha. Although the Supreme Lord Vishnu is always equal to both of us, namely the demigods and the demons, this time, being devoutly worshipped by the demigods, he has taken their side and helped them kill Hiranyaksha. The Supreme Personality of Godhead has given up his natural tendency of equality towards the demons and the demigods. Although he is the Supreme Person, now, influenced by Maya, he has assumed the form of a boar to please his devotees, the demigods, just as a restless child leans towards someone. I shall therefore sever Lord Vishnu's head from his trunk by my trident, and with the profuse blood from his body, I shall please my brother Hiranyaksha, who you are so fond of sucking blood. Thus shall I too be peaceful. Krishna has no blood. It sounds like disappointing. When the root of a tree is cut and the tree falls down, its branches and twigs automatically dry up. Similarly, when I have killed this diplomatic Vishnu, the demigods from whom Lord Vishnu is the life and soul, will lose the source of their life and wither away. While I am engaged in the business of killing Lord Vishnu, go down to the planet Earth, which is flourishing due to Brahminical culture and Kshatriya government. These people engaged in austerity, sacrifice, Vedic studies, regulated vows, and charity destroy all the people thus engaged. The basic principle of Brahminical culture is to satisfy Lord Vishnu, the personification of sacrificial and ritualistic ceremonies. Lord Vishnu is the personified reservoir of all religious principles, and he is the shelter of all the demigods, the great Pitas, and the people in general. When the Brahmanas are killed, no one will exist to encourage the Kshatriyas to perform yajnas, and thus the demigods, now being appeased by yajna, will automatically die. Immediately go wherever there is good protection for the cows and Brahmanas, and wherever the Vedas are studied in terms of the Varnashram principles. Set fire to those places and cut from the roots the trees there, which are the source of life. Thus the demons, being fond of disastrous activities, took Hiranyakashipu's instructions on their heads with great respect and offered him obeisance. According to his direction, they engaged in envious activities directed against all living beings. Quite some demons. The demons set fire to the cities, villages, pasturing grounds, cow pens, gardens, agricultural fields, and natural forests. They burned the hermitages of the saintly persons, the important mines that produced valuable metals, the residential quarters of the agriculturists, the mountain villages, and the villages of the cow protectors, the cowherd men. They also burned the government capital. Some of the demons took digging instruments and broke down the bridges, the protected walls, and the gates, gopuras, of the cities. Some took axes and began cutting the important trees that produced mango, jackfruit, and other sources of food. Some of the demons took firebrands and set fire to the residential quarters of the citizens. This thus distributed again and again by the unnatural occurrences, thus disturbed again and again by the unnatural occurrences caused by the followers of Hiranyakashipu. All the people had to cease the activities of Vedic culture. Not receiving the results of yajna, the demigods also became disturbed. They left their residential quarters in the heavenly planets and, unobserved by the demons, began wandering on the planet Earth to see the disasters. After performing the ritualistic observances for the death of his brother, Hiranyakashipu began, being extremely unhappy, tried to pacify his nephews. O King Hiranyakashipu was extremely angry, but since he was a great politician, he knew how to act according to the time and situation. With sweet words he began pacifying his nephews, whose names were Sakuni, Sambara, Dristi, Bhuta Santapana, Rika, Kalanaba, Mahanaba, Harishmatru, and Kachu. He also consoled their mother, his sister-in-law, Rushabanu, as well as his own mother, Diti. He spoke to them all as follows. Hiranyakashipu said, "My dear mother, sister-in-law, and nephew, you should not lament for the death of the great hero, for a hero's death in front of his enemy is glorious and desirable. My dear mother, in a restaurant or place for drinking cold water, many travelers are brought together, and after drinking water they continue their respective destinations. Similarly, living entities join together in a family, and later, as a result of their own actions, they are led apart to their destinations. The spirit soul, the living entity, has no death, for he is eternal and inexhaustible. Being free from material contamination, he can go anywhere in the material or spiritual world. He is fully aware and completely different from the material body, but because of being misled by misuse of his slight independence, he is obliged to accept subtle and gross bodies created by the material energy, and thus he is subjected to so-called material happiness and distress. Therefore, no one should lament for the passing of the spirit soul from the body. It's quite a philosopher. Because of the movements of the water, the trees on the bank of a river, when reflected on the water, seem to move. Similarly, when the eyes move because of some mental derangement, the land appears to move also. In the same way, O my gentle mother, when the mind is agitated by the movements of the modes of material nature, the living entity, although freed from all the different phases of the subtle and gross bodies, thinks that he has changed from one condition to another. In his bewildered state, the living entity, accepting the body and mind to be the self, considers some people to be his kinsmen and others to be outsiders. Because of this misconception, he suffers. Indeed, the accumulation of such concocted material ideas is the cause of suffering and so-called happiness in the material world. The conditioned soul thus situated must take birth in different species and work in various types of consciousness, thus creating new bodies. This continued material life is called samsara. Birth, death, lamentation, foolishness, and anxiety are due to such material considerations. Thus we sometimes come to a proper understanding and sometimes fall again to a wrong conception of life. In this regard, an example is given from an old history. This involves the discord between Yamaraj and the friends of a dead person. Please hear it attentively. In the state known as Usinara, there was a celebrated king named Suyakya. When the king was killed in battle by his enemies, his kinsmen sat down around the dead body and began to lament the death of their friend. His golden, bejeweled armor smashed, his ornaments and garlands fallen from their places, his hair scattered and his eyes lusterless. The slain king lay on the battlefield, his entire body smeared with blood, his heart pierced by the arrows of the enemy. When he died, he had wanted to show his prowess, and thus he had bitten his lips, and his teeth remained in that position. His beautiful lotus-like face was now black and covered with dust from the battlefield. His arms with his sword and other weapons were cut and broken. When the queens of the king of Usinara saw their husband lying in that position, they began crying, "O Lord, now that you have been killed, we also have been killed." Repeating these words again and again, they fell down, pounding their breasts at the feet of the dead king. As the queens loudly cried, their tears glided down their breasts, becoming reddened by kumkum powder, and fell upon the lotus feet of their husband. Their hair became disarrayed, their ornaments fell, and in a way that evoked sympathy from the hearts of others, the queens began lamenting their husband's death. O Lord, you have now been removed by cruel providence to a state beyond our sight. You had previously sustained the livelihood of the inhabitants of Usinara, and thus they were happy, but your condition now is the cause of their unhappiness. O King, O hero, you were a very grateful husband, and the most sincere friend of all of us. how shall we exist without you? O hero, wherever you are going, please direct us there, so that we may follow in your footsteps and engage again in your service. Let us go along with you. The time was appropriate for the body to be burned, but the queens, not allowing it to be taken away, continued lamenting for the dead body, which they kept on their laps. In the meantime, the sun completed its movement for setting in the west. While the queens were lamenting for the dead body of the king, their loud cries were heard even from the abode of Yamaraj. Assuming the body of a boy, Yamaraj personally approached the relatives of the dead body and advised them as follows. Sri Yamaraj said, "Alas, how amazing it is! These persons who are older than me have full experience that hundreds and thousands of living entities have taken birth and died. Thus they should understand that they also are apt to die, yet still they are bewildered. The conditioned soul comes from an unknown place and returns after death to that same unknown place. There is no exception to this rule, which is conducted by material nature. Knowing this, why do they uselessly lament? It is wonderful that these elderly women do not have a higher sense of life than we do. Indeed, we are most fortunate, for although we are children and have been left to struggle in material life, unprotected by father and mother, and although we are very weak, we have not been vanquished or eaten by ferocious animals. Thus we have a firm belief that the Supreme Personality of God, who has given us protection, even in the womb of the mother, will protect us everywhere." The boy addressed the women, "O weak women, only by the will of the Supreme Personality of God, who is never diminished, is the entire world created, maintained, and again annihilated. This is the verdict of the Vedic knowledge. This material creation, consisting of the moving and non-moving, is exactly like his plaything. Being the Supreme Lord, he is completely competent to destroy and protect. Sometimes one loses his money on a public street, where everyone can see it, and yet his money is protected by destiny and not seen by others. Thus the man who lost it gets it back. On the other hand, if the Lord does not give protection, even money maintained very securely at home is lost. If the Supreme Lord gives one protection, even though one has no protector and is in the jungle, one remains alive, whereas a person well protected at home by relatives and others sometimes dies, no one being able to protect him. Every conditioned soul receives a different type of body according to his work, and when the engagement is finished, the body is finished. Although the spirit soul is situated in subtle and gross material bodies in different forms of life, he is not bound by them, for he is always understood to be completely different from the manifested body. Just as a householder, although different from the identity of his house, thinks his house to be identical with him. Like the crowd, we were saying this morning. So the conditioned soul, due to ignorance, accepts the body to be himself, although the body is actually different from the soul. This body is obtained through a combination of portions of earth, water, and fire, and when the earth, water, and fire are transformed in the course of time, the body is vanquished. The soul has nothing to do with this creation and dissolution of the body. As fire, although situated in wood, is perceived to be different from the wood. As air, although situated within the mouth and nostrils, is perceived to be separate, and as the sky, although all-pervading, never mixes with anything. So the living entity, although now encaged within the material body, of which it is the source, is separate from it. Yamaraj continued, O lamenters, you are all fools. The person named Suyagya, for whom you lament, is still lying before you and has not gone anywhere. Then what is the cause for your lamentation? Previously he heard you and replied to you, but now, not finding him, you are lamenting. This is contradictory behavior, for you have never actually seen the person within the body who heard you and replied. There is no need for your lamentation, for the body you have always seen is lying here. In the body the most important substance is the life air, but that also is neither the listener nor the speaker. Beyond even the life air, the soul also can do nothing, for the super soul is actually the director, in cooperation with the individual soul. The super soul conducting the activities of the body is different from the body and the living force. The 5 material elements, the 10 senses, and the mind all combine to form the various parts of the gross and subtle bodies. The living entity comes in contact with his material bodies, whether high or low, and later gives them up by his personal powers. This strength can be perceived in a living entity's personal power to possess different types of bodies. As long as the spirit soul is covered by the subtle body, consisting of the mind, intelligence, and false ego, he is bound to the results of his fruitive activities. Because of this covering, the spirit soul is connected with the material energy and must accordingly suffer material conditions and reversals continually, life after life. I was finding a little insecure to hear the preaching of Radhadesh. That's it. I think it's just reading the Vedic version. It's like a little. It is fruitless to see and talk of the material modes of nature and their resultant so-called happiness and distress as if they were factual. When the mind wanders during the day and a man begins to think himself extremely important, or when he dreams at night and sees a beautiful woman enjoying with him, these are merely false dreams. Similarly, the happiness and distress caused by the material senses should be understood to be meaningless. Those who have full knowledge of self-realization, who know very well that the spirit soul is eternal, whereas the body is perishable, are not overwhelmed by lamentation. But persons who lack knowledge of self-realization certainly lament. Therefore, it is difficult to educate a person in illusion. There was once a hunter who lured birds with food and captured them after spreading a net. He lived as if appointed by death, personified as the killer of the birds. He lived as if appointed by death, personified as the killer of birds. While wandering in the forest, the hunter saw a pair of Kulinka birds. Of the two, the female was captivated by the hunter's lure. O queens of Suyagya, the male Kulinka bird, seeing his wife put into the greatest danger in the grip of providence, became very unhappy. Because of affection, the poor bird, being unable to release her, began to lament for his wife. Alas, how merciless is providence! My wife, unable to be helped by anyone, is in such an awkward position and lamenting for me. What will providence gain by taking away this poor bird? What will be the profit? If unkind providence takes away my wife, who is half my body, why should he not take me also? What is the use of my living with half of my body, bereft by loss of my wife? What shall I gain in this way? the unfortunate baby birds, bereft of their mother, are waiting in the nest for her to feed them. They are still very small and have not yet grown their wings. How shall I be able to maintain them? Because of the loss of his wife, the Kulinga bird lamented with tears in his eyes. Meanwhile, following the dictations of mature time, the hunter, who was very carefully hidden in the distance, released his arrow, which pierced the body of the Kulinga bird and killed him. That's the male one. Thus Yamaraj, in the guise of a small boy, told all the queens, "You are all so foolish that you lament but do not see your own death. Afflicted by a poor fund of knowledge, you do not know that even if you lament for your dead husband for hundreds of years, you will never get him back alive, and in the meantime your lives will be finished." Hiranyakashipu said, while Yamaraj, in the form of a small boy, was instructing all the relatives surrounding the dead body of Suyakya. Everyone was struck with wonder by his philosophical words. They could understand that everything material is temporary, not continuing to exist. After instructing all the foolish relatives of Suyakya, Yamaraj, in the form of a boy, disappeared from their vision. Then the relatives of King Suyakya performed the ritualistic funeral ceremonies. Therefore, none of you should be aggrieved for the loss of the body, whether your own or those of others. Only in ignorance does one make bodily distinctions, thinking, "Who am I? Who are the others? What is mine? What is for others?" Sri Narada Muni continued. Diti, the mother of Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha, heard the instructions of Hiranyakashipu along with her daughter-in-law, Rusabhanu, Hiranyaksha's wife. She then forgot her grief over her son's death and thus engaged her mind and attention in the understanding of the real philosophy of life.
Chapter is entitled Hiranyakashipu's Plan to Become Immortal. Narada Muni said to Maharaj Yudhishthira, "The demoniac king Hiranyakashipu wanted to be unconquerable and free from old age and dwindling of the body. He wanted to gain all the yogic perfections like anima and lagima, to be deathless and to be the only king of the entire universe, including Brahmaloka. In the valley of the Mandara hill, Hiranyakashipu began performing his austerities by standing with his toes on the ground, keeping his arms upward and looking toward the sky. This position was extremely difficult, but he accepted it as a means to attain perfection. From the hair on Hiranyakashipu's head, there emanated an effulgent light as brilliant and intolerable as the rays of the sun at the time of dissolution. Seeing the performance of such austere penances, the demigods who had been wandering throughout the planets now returned to their respective homes. Because of Hiranyakashipu's severe austerities, fire came from his head, and this fire and its smoke spread throughout the sky, encompassing the upper and lower planets, which all became extremely hot. Because of the power of his severe austerities, all the rivers and oceans were agitated. The surface of the globe, with its mountains and islands, began trembling, and the stars and planets fell. All directions were ablaze. Scorched and extremely disturbed because of Hiranyakashipu's severe penances, all the demigods left the planets where they reside and went to the planet of Lord Brahma, where they informed the Creator as follows. O Lord of the demigods, O Master of the universe, because of the fire emanating from Hiranyakashipu's head as a result of his severe austerities, we have become so disturbed that we could not stay in our planets but have come to you. O great person, chief of the universe, if you think it proper, kindly stop these disturbances, meant to destroy everything, before all your obedient subjects are annihilated. Hiranyakashipu has undertaken a most severe type of austerity. Although his plan is not unknown to you, kindly listen as we submit his intentions. The Supreme Person within this universe, Lord Brahma, has gotten his exalted post by dint of severe austerities, mystic power and trance. Consequently, after creating the universe, he has become the most worshipable demigod within it. Since I am eternal and time is eternal, I shall endeavor for such austerity, mystic power and trance for many, many births, and thus I shall occupy the same post occupied by Lord Brahma. By dint of my severe austerities, I shall reverse the results of pious and impious activities. I shall overturn all the established practices within this world. Even Dhruvaloka will be vanquished at the end of the millennium. Therefore, what is the use of it? I shall prefer to remain in the position of Brahma. O Lord, we have heard from reliable sources that in order to obtain your post, Hiranyakashipu is now engaged in severe austerity. You are the master of the three worlds. Please, without delay, take whatever steps you deem appropriate. O Lord Brahma, your position within this universe is certainly most auspicious for everyone, especially the cows and the brahmanas. Brahminical culture and the protection of cows can be increasingly glorified, and thus all kinds of material happiness, opulence, and good fortune will automatically increase. But unfortunately, if Hiranyakashipu occupies your seat, everything will be lost. O King, being thus informed by the demigods, the most powerful Lord Brahma, accompanied by Bhrigu, Daksha, and other great sages, immediately started for the place where Hiranyakashipu was performing his penances and austerities. Lord Brahma, who is carried by a swan airplane, at first could not see where Hiranyakashipu was, for Hiranyakashipu's body was covered by an anthill and by grass and bamboo sticks. Because Hiranyakashipu had been there for a long time, the ants had devoured his skin, fat, flesh and blood. Then Lord Brahma and the demigods spotted him, resembling a cloud-covered sun, eating all the world by his austerity. Struck with wonder, Lord Brahma began to smile and then addressed him as follows. Lord Brahma said, O son of Kashyapa Muni, please get up, please get up. All good fortune unto you. You are now perfect in the performance of your austerities, and therefore I may give you a benediction. You may now ask from me whatever you desire, and I shall try to fulfill your wish. I have been very much astonished to see your endurance. In spite of being eaten and bitten by all kinds of worms and ants, you are keeping your life air circulating within your bones. Certainly, this is wonderful. Even saintly persons like Brigu, born previously, could not perform such severe austerities, nor will anyone in the future be able to do so. Who within these three worlds can sustain his life without even drinking water for 100 celestial years? My dear son of Diti, with your great determination and austerity, you have done what was impossible even by great saintly persons, and thus I have certainly been conquered by you. O best of the Asuras, for this reason I am now prepared to give you all benedictions. According to your desire, I belong to the celestial world of demigods, who do not die like human beings. Therefore, although you are subject to death, your audience with me will not go in vain. Sri Narada Muni continued. After speaking these words to Hiranyakashipu, Lord Brahma, the original being of this universe, who is extremely powerful, sprinkled transcendental, infallible spiritual water from his kamandalu upon Hiranyakashipu's body, which had been eaten away by ants and moths. Thus he enlivened Hiranyakashipu. As soon as he was sprinkled with the water from Lord Brahma's water cup, Hiranyakashipu arose, endowed with a full body, with limbs so strong that they could bear the striking of a thunderbolt. With physical strength and a bodily luster resembling molten gold, he emerged from the anthill a completely young man, just as fire springs from fuel wood. Seeing Lord Brahma present before him in the sky, carried by his swan airplane, Hiranyakashipu was extremely pleased. He immediately fell flat with his head on the ground and began to express his obligation to the Lord. Then, getting up from the ground and seeing Lord Brahma before him, the head of the Daityas was overwhelmed by jubilation. With tears in his eyes, his whole body shivering, he began praying in a humble mood, with folded hands and a faltering voice, to satisfy Lord Brahma. Let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Lord within this universe. At the end of each day of his life, the universe is fully covered with dense darkness by the influence of time, and then again during his next day, that self-effulgent Lord, by his own effulgence, manifests, maintains, and destroys the entire cosmic manifestation through the material energies, which is invested with the three modes of material nature. He, Lord Brahma, is the shelter of those modes of nature, Sattvagun, Rajagun, and Tamagun. I offer my obeisance to the original personality within this universe, Lord Brahma, who is cognizant and who can apply his mind and realized intelligence in creating this cosmic manifestation. It is because of his activities that everything within the universe is visible. He is therefore the cause of all manifestations. Your Lordship, being the origin of the life of this material world, is the master and controller of the living entities, both moving and stationary, and you inspire their consciousness. You maintain the mind and the acting and knowledge acquiring senses, and therefore you are the great controller of all the material elements and their qualities, and you are the controller of all desires. I feel like reading the purport. What Prabhupada's saying, like, what is Prabhupada put it in the right order? My dear Lord, by your form as the Vedas personified and through knowledge relating to the activities of all the Yagnik Brahmanas, You spread the Vedic ritualistic ceremonies of the 7 kinds of sacrifices, headed by Agni Shtoma. Indeed, you inspired the Yagnik Brahmanas to perform the rituals mentioned in the 3 Vedas. Being the Supreme Soul, the Super Soul of all living entities, you are beginningless, endless, and omniscient, beyond the limits of time and space. I wonder what Brahma was doing. Is he feeling happy or like, come on, are you serious? Oh my Lord, your Lordship is eternally awake, seeing everything that happens. As eternal time, you reduce the duration of life for all living entities through your different parts, such as moments, seconds, minutes, and hours. Nonetheless, you are unchanged, resting in one place as the Super Soul, Witness and Supreme Lord, the birthless, all-pervading controller, who is the cause of life for all living entities. There is nothing separate from you, whether it be better or lower, stationary or moving. The knowledge derived from the Vedic literatures like the Upanishads, and from all the sub-limbs of the original Vedic knowledge, form your external body. You are Hiranyagarbha, the reservoir of the universes. But nonetheless, being situated as a supreme controller, you are transcendental to the material world, which consists of the 3 modes of material nature. O my Lord, being changelessly situated in your own abode, you expand your universal form within this cosmic manifestation, thus appearing to taste the material world. You are Brahman, the Super Soul, the oldest, the personality of Godhead. Let me offer my respectful obeisance unto the Supreme, who in his unlimited, unmanifested form has expanded the cosmic manifestation, the form of the totality of the universe. He possesses external and internal energies, and the mixed energy called the marginal potency, which consists of all the living entities. So according to Hiranyakashipu, we are part and parcel of Lord Brahma. Yes. O my Lord, O best of the givers of benediction, if you will kindly grant me the benediction I desire, please let me not meet death from any of the living entities created by you. Grant me that I not die within any residence or outside any residence, during the daytime or at night, nor on the ground or in the sky. Grant that my death not be brought by any being other than those created by you, nor by any weapon, nor by any human being or animal. Grant me that I not meet death from any entity living or non-living. Grant me further that I not be killed by any demigod or demon, or by any great snake from the lower planets. Since no one can kill you in the battlefield, you have no competitor. Therefore, grant me the benediction that I too may have no rival. Give me sole lordship over all the living entities and presiding deities, and give me all the glories obtained by that position. Furthermore, give me all the mystic powers attained by long austerities and the practice of yoga, for these cannot be lost at any time.
Hiranyakashipu terrorizes the universe. Narada Muni continued, Lord Brahma was very much satisfied by Hiranyakashipu's austerities, which were difficult to perform. Therefore, when solicited for benedictions, he indeed granted them, although they were rarely to be achieved. Lord Brahma said, O Hiranyakashipu, these benedictions for which you have asked are difficult to obtain for most men. Nonetheless, O my son, I shall grant you them, although they are generally not available. Then Lord Brahma, who awards infallible benedictions, departed, being worshipped by the best of the demons, Hiranyakashipu, and being praised by great sages and saintly persons. Demon Hiranyakashipu, having been blessed by Lord Brahma, and having acquired a lustrous golden body, continued to remember the death of his brother, and therefore be envious of Vishnu. Hiranyakashipu became the conqueror of the entire universe. Indeed, that great demon conquered all the planets in 3 worlds, upper, middle, and lower, including the planets of the human beings, the Gandharvas, the Garudas, the great serpents, the Siddhas, Charanas, the Jadaras, the great saints, Yamaraj, the Manus, the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, the Kishasas, and their masters, and the masters of the ghosts and the Bhutas. He defeated the rulers of all the other planets where there are living entities and brought them under his control. Conquering the abodes of all, he seized their power and influence. Hiranyakashipu, who possessed all opulence, began residing in heaven in his famous Nanda Garden, which is enjoyed by the demigods. In fact, he resided in the most opulent palace of Indra, the king of heaven. The palace had been directly constructed by the demigod architect Vishwakarma and was as beautifully made as if the goddess of fortune of the entire universe resided there. The steps of King Indra's residence were made of coral. The floor was bedecked with invaluable emeralds. The walls were crystal, and the columns of Vajra stone. The wonderful canopies were beautifully decorated. The seats were bedecked with rubies, and the silk bedding, as white as foam, was decorated with pearls. The ladies of the palace, who were blessed with beautiful teeth and the most wonderful, beautiful faces, walked here and there in the palace, their ankle bells tinkling melodiously, and saw their own beautiful reflections in the gems. The demigods, however, being very much oppressed, had to bow down and offer obeisances at the feet of Hiranyakashipu, who chastised the demigods very seriously and for no reason. Thus Hiranyakashipu lived in the palace and severely ruled everyone. O dear king, Hiranyakashipu was always drunk on strong-smelling wines and liquors, and therefore his coppery eyes were always rolling. Nonetheless, because he had powerfully executed great austerities in mystic yoga, although he was abominable, all but the 3 principal demigods, Lord Rama, Lord Shiva, and Lord Vishnu, personally worshipped him to please him by bringing him various presentations with their own gifts. The Master Yudhisthira, descendant of Manu, by dint of his personal power, Hiranyakashipu, being situated on the throne of King Indra, controlled the inhabitants of all the other planets. The 2 Gandharvas, Vishvasu and Pamburu, I myself, and the Vidyadharas, Apsaras and sages, all offered prayers to him again and again just to glorify him. Being worshipped by sacrifices offered with great gifts by those who strictly follow the principles of Varna and Ashram, Hiranyakashipu, instead of offering shares of the oblations to the demigods, accepted them himself. As if in fear of Hiranyakashipu, planet Earth, which consists of 7 islands, delivered food grains without being plowed. Thus it resembled cows like the Surabi of the spiritual world, or the Kamandura of heaven. The earth yielded sufficient food grains, cows supplied abundant milk, and outer space was beautifully decorated with wonderful phenomena. By the flowing of their waves, the various oceans of the universe, along with their tributaries, the rivers, which are compared to the wives, supplied various kinds of gems and jewels for Hiranyakashipu's use. These oceans were the oceans of salt water, sugarcane juice, wine, clarified butter, milk, yogurt, and sweet water. He's getting the valleys between the mountains became fields of pleasure for Hiranyakashipu, by whose influence all of the trees and plants produce fruits and flowers profusely in all seasons. The qualities of pouring water, drying and burning, which are all qualities of three department heads of the universe, meaning Indra, Vayu and Agni, were all directed by Hiranyakashipu alone, without assistance from the demigods. In spite of achieving the power to control in all directions, and in spite of enjoying all types of dear sense gratification as much as possible, Hiranyakashipu was dissatisfied, as instead of controlling his senses, he remained uncertain. Hiranyakashipu thus passed a long time being very much proud of his opulences and transgressing the laws and regulations mentioned in the authoritative Shastras. He was therefore subjected to a curse by the four Kumaras who were great Brahmanas. Everyone, including the rulers of the various planets, were extremely distressed because of the severe punishment inflicted upon them by Hiranyakashipu. Fearful and disturbed, unable to find any other shelter, they at last surrendered to the Supreme Personality of Godhead Vishnu. Let us offer our respectful obeisances unto that direction where the Supreme Personality of Godhead is situated, where those purified souls in the renounced order of life, the great saintly persons go, and from which, having gone, they never return. Without sleep, fully controlling their minds, and living only on their breath, the dominating deities of the various planets began worshipping Hiranyakashipu in this meditation. Then there appeared before them a transcendental sound vibration, emanating from a personality not visible to material eyes. The voice was as grave as the sound of a cloud, and it was very encouraging, drifting away all fear. The voice of the Lord vibrated as follows: "The best of learned persons, do not fear. I wish all good fortune to you. Become my devotees by hearing and chanting about me, and offering me prayers, for these are certainly meant to award benedictions to all living entities. I know all about the activities of Hiranyakashipu, and shall surely stop them very soon. Please wait patiently until that time." When one is envious of the demigods who represent the Supreme Personality of Godhead, of the Vedas, which give all knowledge, the cows, Brahmanas, Vaishnavas, and religious principles, and ultimately of me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, he and his civilization will be vanquished without prevention. When Hiranyakashipu teases the great devotee Prahlad, his own son, who is peaceful and sober, and who has no enemy, I shall kill Hiranyakashipu immediately, despite the benedictions of Brahma. The great sage Narad continued, when the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the spiritual master of everyone, thus reassured all the demigods living in the heavenly planets, they offered their respectful obeisances unto him, and returned, confident that the demon Hiranyakashipu was now practically dead. Hiranyakashipu had four wonderful qualified sons, of whom the one named Prahlad was the best. Indeed, Prahlad was a reservoir of all the transcendental qualities, because he was an unallied devotee of the personality of God. The qualities of Maharaj Prahlad, the son of Hiranyakashipu, are described herewith. He was completely cultured as a qualified Brahman, having very good character and being determined to understand the absolute truth. He had full control of his senses and mind. Like a super soul, he was kind to every living entity and was the best friend of everyone. To respectable persons, he acted exactly like a noble servant. To the poor, he was like a father. To his equals, he was attached like a sympathetic brother. And he considered his teachers, spiritual masters, and older god brothers to be as good as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He was completely free from unnatural pride that might have arisen from his good education, riches, beauty, aristocracy, and so on. Although Prahlad Maharaj was born in the family of Asuras, he himself was not an Asura but a great devotee of Lord Vishnu. Like the other Asuras, he was never envious of Vaishnavas. He was not agitated when put into danger, and he was neither directly nor indirectly interested in the fruitive activities described in the Vedas. Indeed, he considered everything material to be useless, and therefore he was completely devoid of material desires. He always controlled his senses and life there, and being of steady intelligence and determination, he subdued all lusty desires. O King, Prahlad Maharaj's good qualities are still glorified by learned saints and Vaishnavas. As all good qualities are always found existing in the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they also exist forever in his devotee Prahlad Maharaj. In any assembly where there are discourses about saints and devotees, O King Yudhisthira, even the enemies of the demons, namely the demigods, what to speak of you, would cite Prahlad Maharaj as an example of a great devotee. Who could list the innumerable transcendental qualities of Prahlad Maharaj? He had unflinching faith in Vasudeva, Lord Krishna, the son of Vasudeva, and unalloyed devotion to him. His attachment to Lord Krishna was natural because of his previous devotional service. Although his good qualities cannot be enumerated, they prove that he was a great soul. From the very beginning of his childhood, Prahlad Maharaj was uninterested in childish playthings. Indeed, he gave them up altogether and remained silent and dull, being fully absorbed in Krishna consciousness. Since his mind was always affected by Krishna consciousness, he could not understand how the world goes on being fully absorbed in the activities of sense gratification. Prahlad Maharaj was always absorbed in thought of Krishna. Thus, being always embraced by the Lord, he did not know how his bodily necessities, such as sitting, walking, eating, lying down, drinking and talking, were being automatically performed. Because of advancement in Krishna consciousness, he sometimes cried, sometimes laughed, sometimes expressed jubilation, and sometimes sang loudly. Sometimes, upon seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Prahlad Maharaj would loudly call out in full anxiety. He sometimes lost his shyness in jubilation and began dancing in ecstasy. And sometimes, when fully absorbed in thoughts of Krishna, he felt oneness and imitated the pastime of the Lord. Sometimes, feeling the touch of the Lord's lotus hand, he became spiritually jubilant and remained silent, his hair standing on end and tears gliding down from his half-closed eyes because of his love for the Lord. Because of his association with perfect unalloyed devotees who had nothing to do with anything material, Prahlad Maharaj constantly engaged in the service of the Lord's lotus feet. By seeing his bodily features when he was in perfect ecstasy, persons very poor in spiritual understanding became purified. In other words, Prahlad Maharaj bestowed upon them transcendental bliss. My dear King Yudhisthira, the demon Hiranyakashipu tormented this exalted, fortunate devotee, although Prahlad was his own son. Maharaj Yudhisthira said, best of the saints among the demigods, and best of the spiritual leaders, how did Hiranyakashipu give so much trouble to Prahlad Maharaj, a pure and exalted saint, although Prahlad was his own son? I wish to know about this subject from you. Father and mother are always affectionate to their children. When the children are disobedient, the parents chastise them, not due to enmity, but only for the child's instruction and welfare. How did Hiranyakashipu, the father of Prahlad Maharaj, chastise such a noble son? This is what I'm eager to hear. Maharaj Yudhisthira further inquired, how is it possible for a father to be so violent towards an exalted son who was so obedient, well-behaved and respectful to his mother? For Brahmana or Masa, I have never heard of such a contradiction as an affectionate father's punishing his noble son with the intention of killing him. Kindly dissipate doubts and destroy.
Anyone else likes to? 5 is very good.
great sage Narada Muni said, the demons headed by Hiranyakashipu accepted Shukracharya as their priest for ritualistic ceremonies. Shukracharya's two sons, Chandana and Amarka, lived near Hiranyakashipu's house. Prahlad Maharaj was already educated in devotional life, but when his father sent him to those two sons of Shukracharya to be educated, they accepted him at the school along with the other sons of the Asuras. Prahlada certainly heard and recited the topics of politics and economics taught by the teachers, but he understood that political philosophy involves considering someone a friend and someone else an enemy, and thus he did not like it. My dear King Yudhishthira, once upon a time the king of the demons, Hiranyakashipu, took his son Prahlad on his lap and very affectionately inquired, my dear son, please let me know what you think is the best of all the subjects you have studied from your teachers. Prahlad replied, O best of the Asuras, king of the demons, as far as I have learned from a spiritual master, any person who has accepted a temporary body and a temporary household life is certainly embarrassed and anxiety because of having fallen in a dark well where there is no water but only suffering. One should give up this position and go to the forest alone. More clearly, one should go to Vrindavan, where only Krishna consciousness is prevalent, and one should thus take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Narada Muni continued. When Prahlad Maharaj spoke about the path of self-realization in devotional service, thus being faithful to the camp of his father's enemies, Hiranyakashipu, the king of the demons, heard Prahlad's words, and he laughingly said, thus is the intelligence of children spoiled by the words of the enemy. Hiranyakashipu advised his assistants, my dear demons, give complete protection to this boy at the Gurukula, where he is instructed, so that his intelligence will not be further influenced by Vaishnavas who may go there in disguise. When Hiranyakashipu's servants brought the boy Prahlad back to the Gurukul, the place where the Brahmanas taught the boys, the priest of the demons, Sanda and Amarka, pacified him. With very mild voices and affectionate words, they inquired from him as follows. Dear son Prahlad, all peace and good fortune upon you, unto you. Kindly, do not speak lies, just reply with the truth. These boys you see are not like you, for they do not speak in a deviant way. How have you learned these instructions? How has your intelligence been spoiled in this way? O best of our family, has this pollution of your intelligence been brought about by you or by the enemies? We are all your teachers and are very eager to hear about this. Please tell us the truth. Prahlad Maharaj replied, let me offer my respectful obeisances unto the Supreme Personality of Godhead, whose external energy has created the distinctions of my friend and my enemy, by deluding the intelligence of man. Indeed, I am now actually experiencing this, although I have previously heard of it from outer sources. When the Supreme Personality of Godhead is pleased with the living entity because of his devotional service, one becomes a pandit and does not make distinctions between enemies, friends, and himself. Intelligently, he then thinks, every one
of us is an eternal servant of God, and therefore we are not different from one another. Persons who only think in terms of enemy and friend are unable to ascertain the super-soul within themselves. Not to speak of them, even such exalted persons as Lord Brahma, fully conversant with the Vedic literature, are sometimes bewildered in following the principles of devotional service. The same Supreme Personality of Godhead who has created this situation has certainly given me the intelligence to take the side of your so-called enemy. O Brahmanas, teachers, as iron attracted by a magnetic stone moves automatically towards the magnet, my consciousness, having been changed by his will, is attracted by Lord Vishnu, who carries this in his hand. Thus I have no independence. The great Saint Narada Muni continued. The great soul Prahlad Maharaj became silent after saying this to his teachers Sanda and Amarka, the seminal sons of Shukracharya. These so-called Brahmanas then became angry at him because they were servants of Hiranyakashipu. They were very sorry, and to chastise Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, they spoke as follows. Oh, please bring me a stick. This Prahlad is damaging our name and fame because of his bad intelligence. He has become like a Cinder in a dynasty of demons. Now he needs to be treated by the fourth of the four kinds of political diplomacy. This rascal Prahlad has appeared like a torn tree in a forest of sandalwood. To cut down sandalwood trees, an axe is needed, and the wood of the torn tree is very suitable for the handle of such an axe. Lord Vishnu is the axe for cutting down the sandalwood forest of the family of demons, and this Prahlad is the handle for that axe. Sanda and Amarka, the teachers of Prahlad Maharaj, chastised and threatened their disciples in various ways and began teaching him about the path of religion, economic development, and sense gratification. This is the way they educated him. After some time, the teachers Sanda and Amarka thought that Prahlad Maharaj was sufficiently educated in the diplomatic affairs of pacifying public leaders, appeasing them by giving them lucrative posts, dividing and ruling over them, and punishing them in case of disobedience. Then, one day, after Prahlada's mother had personally washed the boy and dressed him nicely with sufficient ornaments, they presented him before his father. When Hiranyakashipu saw that his child had fallen at his feet and that was offering obeisances, as an affectionate father, he immediately began showering blessings upon the child and embraced him with both arms. A father naturally feels happy to embrace his son, and Hiranyakashipu became very happy in this way. Narada Muni continued, My dear King Yudhishthira, Hiranyakashipu seated Prahlad Maharaj on his lap and began smelling his head. With affectionate tears gliding down from his eyes and moistening the child's smiling face, he spoke to his son as follows. Hiranyakashipu said, My dear Prahlad, my dear son, O long-lived one, for so much time you have heard many things from your teachers. Now, please repeat to me whatever you think is the best of that knowledge. Prahlad Maharaj said, hearing and chanting about the transcendental holy name, form, qualities, paraphernalia, and pastimes of Lord Vishnu, remembering them, serving the lotus feet of the Lord, offering the Lord respectful worship with 16 types of paraphernalia, offering prayers to the Lord, becoming his servant, considering the Lord one of one's best friend, and surrendering everything unto him, in other words, serving him with the body, mind, and word. These 9 processes are accepted as pure devotional service. One who has dedicated his life to the service of Krishna through these 9 methods should be understood to be the most learned person, for he has acquired complete knowledge. And there is 10 pages of foreword. No, 12, 13. After hearing these words of devotional service from the mouth of his son Prahlad, Hiranyakashipu was extremely angry. His lips trembling, he spoke as follows to Sanda, the son of his guru Shukracharya. O unqualified, most heinous son of a Brahmana, you have disobeyed my order and taken shelter of the party of my enemies. You have taught this poor boy about devotional service. What is this nonsense? In due course of time, various types of diseases are manifest in those who are sinful. Similarly, in this world, there are many deceptive friends in false garbs, but eventually, because of their false behavior, their actual enmity becomes manifest. The son of Shukracharya, Hiranyakashipu's spiritual master, said, "O enemy of King Indra, O king, whatever your son Prahlad has said was not taught to him by me or anyone else. His spontaneous devotional service has naturally developed in him. Therefore, please give up your anger and do not unnecessarily accuse us. It is not good to insult a Brahmana in this way." Shri Narada Muni continued, when Hiranyakashipu received this reply from the teacher, he again addressed his son Prahlad. Hiranyakashipu said, "You rascal, most fallen of our family, if you have not received this education from your teachers, where have you gotten it?" Prahlad Maharaj replied, "Because of their uncontrolled senses, persons too addicted to materialistic life make progress towards hellish conditions and repeatedly chew that which has been already chewed. Their inclination toward Krishna are never aroused either by the instructions of others, by their own efforts, or by a combination of both. Persons who are strongly entrapped in the consciousness of enjoying material life, and who have therefore accepted as their leader or guru a similar blind man attached to external sense objects, cannot understand that the goal of life is to return home back to Godhead and engage in the service of Lord Krishna. As blind men, guided by another blind man, miss the right path and fall into a ditch. Materially attached man, led by another materially attached man, are bound by the ropes of fruitive labor, which are made of very strong cords, and they continue again and again in materialistic life, suffering the threefold miseries, unless they smear upon their bodies the dust of the lotus feet of a Vaishnava, completely freed from material contamination. Persons very much inclined towards materialistic life cannot be attached to the lotus feet of the Lord, who is glorified for his uncommon activities. Only by becoming Krishna conscious and taking shelter at the lotus feet of the Lord in this way can one be freed from material contamination. After Prahlad Maharaj has spoken in this way and become silent, Hiranyakashipu, blinded by anger, threw him off his lap and onto the ground. Indignant and angry, his reddish eyes like molten copper, Hiranyakashipu said to his servants, "O demons, take this boy away from me. He deserves to be killed. Kill him as soon as possible. This boy Prahlad is the killer of my brother. for he has given up his family to engage in a devotional service of the enemy, Lord Vishnu, like a mere servant. Although Prahlad is only 5 years old, even at this young age, he has given up his affectionate relationship with his father and mother. Therefore, he is certainly untrustworthy. Indeed, it is not at all believable that he will behave well towards Vishnu. Although a medicinal herb being born in a forest does not belong to the same category as a man, if beneficial, it is kept very carefully. Similarly, if someone outside one's family is favorable, he should be given protection like a son. On the other hand, if a limb of one's body is poisoned by disease, it must be amputated so that the rest of the body may live happily. Similarly, even one's own son, if unfavorable, must be rejected, although born of one's own body. Just as uncontrolled senses are the enemies of all yogis engaged in advancing in spiritual life, this Prahlad, who appears to be a friend, is an enemy because I cannot control him. Therefore, this enemy, whether eating, sitting, or sleeping, must be killed by all means. The demon, Rakshasas, the servants of Hiranyakashipu, thus began striking the tender parts of Prahlad Maharaj's body with their tridents. The demons all had fearful faces, sharp teeth, and reddish, coppery beards and hair, and they appeared extremely threatening, making a tumultuous sound, shouting, "Chop him up! Pierce him!" They began striking Prahlad Maharaj, who sat silently meditating upon Supreme Personality of Godhead. Even though a person who has no assets in pious activities performs some good deed, it will have no result. Thus, the weapons of the demons had no tangible effect upon Prahlad Maharaj because he was a devotee, undisturbed by material conditions and fully engaged in meditating upon and serving the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is unchangeable, who cannot be realized by material senses, and who is the soul of the entire universe. My dear King Yudhishthira, when all the attempts of the demons to kill Prahlad Maharaj were futile, the king of the demons, Hiranyakashipu, being most fearful, began contriving other means to kill him. Hiranyakashipu could not kill his son by throwing him beneath the feet of big elephants, throwing him along huge, fearful snakes, employing destructive spells, hurling him from the top of a hill, conjuring up illusory tricks, administering poison, starving him, exposing him to severe cold, winds, fire, and water, or throwing heavy stones to crush him. When Hiranyakashipu found that he could not in any way harm Prahlad, who was completely sinless, he was in great anxiety about what to do next. Hiranyakashipu thought, I have used many ill names in chastising this boy Prahlad, and have devised many means of killing him. But despite all my endeavors, he could not be killed. Indeed, he saved himself by his own powers without being affected in the least by these treacherous and abominable actions. Although he is very near to me and is merely a child, he is situated in complete fearlessness. He resembles a dog's curled tail, which can never be straightened because he never forgets my misbehavior and his connection with his master, Lord Vishnu. I can see that this boy's strength is unlimited. for he has not feared any of my punishment. He appears immortal. Therefore, because of my enmity towards him, I shall die, or maybe this will not take place. Thinking in this way, the king of the Daityas, morose and bereft of bodily luster, remained silent with his face downward. Then Chandra and Martha, the two sons of Shukracharya, spoke to him in secret. O Lord, we know that when you simply move your eyebrows, all the commanders of the various planets are most afraid. Without the help of any assistance, you have conquered all the three worlds. Therefore, we don't find any reason for you to be morose and full of anxiety. As for Prahlad, he is nothing but a child, and cannot be a cause of anxiety. After all, his bad or good qualities have no value. Upon the return of our spiritual master Shukracharya, arrest this child with the ropes of Varuna, so that he will not flee in fear. In any case, by the time he is somewhat grown up and has assimilated our instructions or served our spiritual master, he will change in his intelligence. Thus, there need be no cause for anxiety. After hearing this instruction of Shanta and Amarka, the sons of his spiritual master Hiranyakashipu agreed and requested them to instruct Prahlad in that system of occupational duty which is followed by royal householder families. Thereafter, Shanta and Amarka systematically and incessantly taught Prahlad Maharaj, who was very submissive and humble about mundane religion, economic development, and sense gratifications. The teachers, Shanta and Amarka, instructed Prahlad Maharaj in the three kinds of material advancement called religion, economic development, and sense gratification. Prahlada, however, being situated above such instructions, did not like them, for such instructions are based on the duality of worldly affairs, which involve one in a materialistic way of life marked by birth, death, old age, and disease. When the teachers went home to attend to their household affairs, the students of the same age as Prahlad Maharaj would call him to take up the opportunity of leisure hours for play. Prahlad Maharaj, who was truly the supremely learned person, then addressed his class friends in very sweet language. Smiling, he began to teach them about the uselessness of the materialistic way of life. Being very kind to them, he instructed them as follows. My dear King and Yudhishthira, all the children were very much affectionate and respectful to Prahlad Maharaj, and because of their tender age, they were not so polluted by the instructions and actions of their teachers, who were attached to condemned duality and bodily comfort. Thus, the boys surrounded Prahlad Maharaj, giving up their playthings, and sat down to hear him. Their hearts and eyes being fixed upon him, they looked at him with great earnestness. Prahlad Maharaj, although born in a demon family, was an exalted devotee, and he desired their welfare. Thus, he began instructing them about the futility of materialistic life. Prahlad Maharaj said, one who is sufficiently intelligent should use the human form of body from the very beginning of life. In other words, from the tender age of childhood, to practice the activities of devotional service. Giving up all other engagement, the human body is most rarely achieved. And although temporary like other bodies, it is meaningful because in human life one can perform devotional service. Even a slight amount of sincere devotional service can give one complete perfection. The human form of life affords one a chance to return home back to Godhead. Therefore, every living entity, especially in the human form of life, must engage in devotional service to the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. This devotional service is natural because Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the most beloved, the master of the soul, and the well-wisher of all other living beings. Prahlad Maharaj continued, my dear friends, born of demoniac families, the happiness received with preference in the sense objects by contact with the body can be obtained in any form of life. non-ascetic activities. Such happiness is automatically obtained without endeavor, just as we obtain distress. Endeavors merely for sense gratification or material happiness through economic development are not to be performed, for they result only in a loss of time and energy, with no actual profit. If one's endeavors are directed towards Krishna consciousness, one can surely attain the spiritual platform of self-realization. There is no such benefit from engaging oneself in economic development. Therefore, while in material existence, bhavan ashrita, a person fully competent to distinguish wrong from right must endeavor to achieve the highest goal of life, as long as the body is stout and strong and is not embarrassed by dwindling. Every human being has a maximum duration of life of 100 years, but for one who cannot control his senses, half of those years are completely lost because at night he sleeps 12 hours, being covered by ignorance. Therefore, such a person has a lifetime of only 50 years. In the tender age of childhood, when someone is bewildered, one passes 10 years. Similarly, in boyhood engaged in sporting and playing, one passes another 10 years. In this way, 20 years are wasted. Similarly, in old age, when one is invalid, unable to perform even material activities, one passes another 20 years wastefully. One whose mind and senses are uncontrolled becomes increasingly attached to family life because of insatiable lusty desires and very strong delusion. In such a madman's life, the remaining years are also wasted because even during these years he cannot engage himself in devotional service. What person to attach to household life due to being unable to control his senses can liberate himself? An attached householder is bound very strongly by ropes of affection to his family, wife, children, and other relatives. Money is so dear that one conceives of money as being sweeter than honey. Therefore, who can give up the desire to accumulate money, especially in household life? Thieves, professional servants, soldiers, and merchants try to acquire money even by risking their very dear lives. How can a person who is most affectionate to his family, the core of his heart, being always filled with their pictures, give up the association? Specifically, a wife is always very kind and sympathetic and always pleases her husband in a solitary place. Who could give up the association of such a dear and affectionate wife? Small children talk in broken language, very pleasing to hear, and their affectionate father always thinks of their sweet words. How could he give up their association? One's elderly parents and one's sons and daughters are also very dear. A daughter is especially dear to her father, and while living in her husband's house, she is always in his mind. Who could give up their association? Aside from this, in household affairs, there are many decorated items of household furniture, and there are also animals and servants who could give up such comforts. The attached householder is like a silkworm which weaves a cocoon in which it becomes imprisoned, unable to get out, simply for the satisfaction of two important senses, the genitals and the tongue. One is bound by material conditions. How can one escape? One who is too attached cannot understand that he is wasting his valuable life for the maintenance of his family. He also fails to understand that the purpose of human life, a life suitable for realization of the absolute truth, is being imperishably spoiled. However, he is very cleverly attentive to seeing that not a single farthing is lost by mismanagement. Thus, although an attached person in material existence always suffers from threefold miseries, it does not develop a distaste for the way of material existence. If a person too attached to the duties of family maintenance is unable to control his senses, the core of his heart is immersed in how to accumulate money. Although he knows that one who takes the wealth of others will be punished by the law of the government or by the law of Yamaraj after death, he continues teaching others to acquire money. My friends, sons of demons, in this material world, even those who are apparently advanced in education have the propensity to consider this is mine and that is for others. Thus, they are always engaged in providing the necessity of life to their families in a limited conception of family life, just like uneducated cats and dogs. They are unable to take to spiritual knowledge. Instead, they are bewildered and overcome by ignorance. My dear friends, sons of the demons, it is certain that no one benefit of knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead has been able to liberate himself from the material bondage at any time and any country. Rather, those bereft of knowledge of the Lord are bound by the material world. They are factually addicted to sense gratification, and their target is woman. Indeed, they are actually playthings in the hand of attractive women. Victimized by such a conception of life, they became surrounded by children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren, and thus they are shackled to material bondage. Those who are very much addicted to this conception of life are called demons. Therefore, although you are sons of demons, keep aloof from such persons and take shelter of the Supreme Personality of Godhead Narayana, the origin of all the demigods, because the ultimate goal for the devotees of Narayana is liberation from the material, from the bondage of material existence. My dear sons of demons, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Narayana is the original Super Soul, the Father of all living entities. Consequently, there are no impediments to pleasing Him or worshipping Him under any conditions, whether one be a child or an old man. The relationship between the living entity and the Supreme Personality of Godhead are always a fact, and therefore there is no difficulty in pleasing the Lord.
Jaya Jagamana Loba Jahanavita Daki nenitai cha bamega dadara Daki nenitai cha bamega dadara Nikate advaita shini Vasa Chatradharani Vasa
Bosi yache gora charatasi masane. Haroti korena Brahma Adi Deva Gane Haroti korena Brahma Adi Deva Gane Narari Adi Kori Chamaradulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Bashu Goshadigaya Sanjaya Mukunda Bashu Goshadigaya Sanka Baje Kanta Baje Baje Karatala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Bau Koti Chandra Jini Vadana Hujavala Gala dese banamala Kore jala mala Gala dese banamala Kore jala mala Shiva Sukhana Radha Preme Gada Gada Bakati vinota deke Gorara sampada Bakati vinota deke Gorara sampada Haribo Haribo Nitagora Haribo Tagora Haribo Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prachaharine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pashatya Desatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhatta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhatta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shivasadi Gaura Bhatta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Gora Anitai, Jaya Gora Anitai, Jaya Gora Anitai, Shishi Gora Anitai. Jaya Gora Anitai, Jaya Gora Anitai, Jaya Gora Anitai, Shishi Gora Anitai. Jayo Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Radhe. Radha Gopinata Radha Gopinata Radhe. Jayo Jagana, Jayo Jagana, Jayo Baladeva, Jayo Subhadra. Jayo Jagana, Jayo Jagana, Jayo Bala Deva, Jayo Subhadra. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan, Jaya Giri Govardhan. Jayo Lakshmi Nishinga, Jayo Lakshmi Nishinga, Jayo Lakshmi Nishinga, Jayo Lakshmi Nishinga. Jaya Lakshmi Nisima, Jayo Lakshmi Nisima, Jayo Lakshmi Nisima, Jaya Lakshmi Nisima. Nitya Gora Haribol, 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 Nitya Gora Haribol. Haribol, Nitya Gora. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Shishi Gauranitai ki, Shishi Jagabaladevi Subhadra Marani ki jai, Shishi Radha Gopinath ki jai. Shri Radha Krishna Gopinath Syamakund Radhakunda Giri Govardhana ki jai, Gangamai ki jai, Jamuna ki jai, Bhakti Devi ki jai, Tulasi Devi ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan ki jai, Samaveda Bhattacharya ki jai, Om Mande Om Krishna Sambhava Om Krishna Sambhava Om Krishna Sambhava Om
Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahlada Hlada Daine. Hiranyakashipu Vakshaha. Shilatan Kana Kalaye. Viton Risimha Paraton Risimha. Yato Yato Yamitaton Risimha. Bahir Nisimha, Hridayar Nisimha. Nisimha Madim Sharanam Prapade.
Kamalavare Nakamaduta Shinda Dalita Hiranyakashipu Danu Bringa Keshavadvita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Shri Nisimha Jai Nisimha Jai Jai Nisimha Radhadesh Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Vringa Shri Nisimha Jai Nisimha Jai Jai Nisimha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Vringa Shri Nisimha Jai Nisimha Jai Jai Nisimha Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Vringa Jaya Nisimha Dev Jaya Nisimha Dev Nisimha Dev Jaya Nisimha Dev Jaya Nisimha Dev Jaya Nisimha Dev Nisimha Dev Jaya Nisimha Dev Jaya Jaya Lakshmi Nisimha Jaya Lakshmi Nisimha Lakshmi Nisimha Jaya Lakshmi Nisimha Lakshmi Jaya Lakshmi Nisimha Jaya Lakshmi Nisimha Lakshmi Nisimha Jaya Lakshmi Nisimha Lakshmi Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya 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 Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Gaur Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Gaur Hari Bol Shri Nisimhadev Bhagavan ki jai Shri Prahlad Maharaj ki jai Jai Go Premanand
staat dit online. Ik heb direct iets gevonden naar de prijs, naar de afstand.
Serieus?
Ja, echt. Maar het is, dat is een voorbeeld, dat is altijd zo. Als we het van hem lezen, er worden openingen gecreëerd die we niet voor mogelijk hadden. Ik had een vriend in Oostende. Ik zei, ik ga uitnodigen, nee. Ik ga zijn overnachting betalen. Ja, nee. 3 uur overnachting, breakfast, alleen. Dat was dan nog geen ontbijt in zijn. Ik zei, ik ga dat niet meer, want dan ben ik verlaten. Dat ontbijt gaan kan bezorgen, ik wist nog niet. 3 keer 17 euro aan, ook nog een keer. Nu, ik kom met hem aan, wij gaan te voet. Dat was 7 kilometer te voet aan de regen. Dus wij komen aan, en komen we weer buiten en zeggen we, ik ben de partner, mijn vrouw regelt alles. Ik zeg, meneer, mijn vriend is goed. Goed zegt, komt eventjes binnen. Kijk. En hij komt, hij laat ons zijn partner. Mijn vrouw heeft nog nooit zo'n fout gemaakt. Jij hebt bij mij dat geboekt is en dat is niet geregistreerd bij ons. Dus automatisch bij betaling krijgen wij een bevestigingsmijn. Maar zij heeft die bevestigingsmijn niet gekregen. Dan zegt mijn vrouw had een grote cadeau doen. Je krijgt 3 keer ontbijt.
Dat is een hele mooie.
Dat is, Bill Gates kan dat niet regelen. Ik denk dat. Maar het is altijd zo. Als je doet om Krishna te plezieren, is dan de vraag, je krijgt een antwoord die groter is dan dat je kan verwachten. Dat is niet te doen.
Dat is diep.
Ja, want anderen hebben dat ook hoor. Ik zeg altijd nu dat dat heel concreet is, want het is altijd zo. Het is altijd zo. Het is altijd zo. Ik kan dat zelfs doen, maar dat is niet doen. Dat is nog wel niet gecreëerd. Je durft er niet samen van een klein beetje meer service in wonen. Dat duurt 4 uur voor mij. Alleen dat, ik wil nog studeren. Dan komt een matratje, ze zegt dan haalt hij mee. En vandaag zegt ze, ik ga de stammen open maken.
Wil jij studeren?
Ja. Het is altijd zo. Ja, het is altijd zo.
Maar ik wil altijd zeggen, op het geloof ik ook wel zo dingen geleerd. Toen ik bijvoorbeeld in de luchtvaart, als ik Greta, dan ga ik...
Oh, that microphone is low. Hare Krishna.
Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Bracharine Nivishesha Shonyavadi Ashtatyadashatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. nothing hard, but I don't nothing hard. Ya me da don't nothing hard. But here nothing hard, it I ye nothing hard. Nada thing amarim sharanam rapade. Nada thing amarim sharanam rapade. Tavakara kamaravare naka adbhuta shringa dalita hiranyakashipu dano bringa keshavadrita narahari rupa jai jagadisha hare jaya jagadisha hare jaya jagadisha hare. Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare. Jaya Singa Jaya Jaya Singa Re Radhadesh Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Bringa Jaya Nisingadev Jaya Nisingadev Jaya Nisingadev Jaya Nisingadev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare Hare Nitai Gaura Hare Bol Hare Bol Hare Bol Nitai Gaura Hare Bol Nitai Gaura Hare Bol Hare Bol Hare Bol Nitai Gaura Hare Bol Hare Ram Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai Lord Nrsimhadev Bhagavan Ki Jai Brahmaraj Ki Jai Shri Prabhupada Ki Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande Hare Hare Bol
Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Jaya Jaya Narsinga Dev Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Vringa Shri Narsinga Jaya Narsinga Jaya Jaya Narsinga Dev Praladesha Jaya Padma Mukha Padma Vringa Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha, Jaya Lakshmi Narasimha. Jaya Narasimha Dev, Narasimha Dev, Narasimha Dev, Jaya Narasimha Dev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Jai Jai Prabhupada, 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 Jai Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki jai, Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande ki jai.
mom said to me today.
I mean, I get so many messages, so.
The subject was figure 5. So good. And it paired really well with the
Yeah, I felt it. Because like all that apple, the tomato cut through
Yeah.
well.
G.